All right, peace and black power, everybody. Want to welcome you to another NCRBGZ Productions. And today we got a great show lined up for the family. You know, it's Freestyle Friday. So, you know, whenever we have our Freestyle Friday, anything goes. And when we say any, we mean any. Anything goes, any topic is on the table, any discussion. You know, this is the show where anything goes, straight up warfare, right? And like always, I want to ask you to thumb up the video, you know, leave a comment, leave your name, leave some constructive criticism, and let us know what you think about the actual content of what we're talking about. With that being said, I want to let my esteemed panel members introduce themselves to the family.
Peace, family. This is Neb Unk. I'm here for Freestyle Friday. It's basically an open discussion. We ain't rapping up here or nothing. But we definitely gonna talk about anything and everything, current events, history, health, all above and beyond. I'm here to learn, chime in a little bit, and I hope y'all doing all right out there in the world. Be safe. Just be safe. I'm passing the mic.
All right, peace. I am Uncharted Truth, based here in San Diego, California. This is actually my second appearance here with the brothers. And again, just looking for some healthy, respectful dialogue, open discussion on whatever topic comes up, what have you. I hope everyone is in good spirits, good health, and hopefully you all enjoy the show and take back something with you to share with whomever that you feel is deemed or worthy of this inquiry of this information. So without further ado, we can go ahead and kick it off.
All right, and again, I want to thank y'all actually for being here yourselves, because y'all don't have to be here. With that being said, we're gonna have some more people coming in, but right now we're gonna let Neb take right over.
Peace, family. Peace, family. Well, what's going on today? Well, we can talk about Clarence Thomas, and I don't know too much about it, but we can talk about it for beginners. His wife want to take down the symbolic win, the Black Lives Matter letters in the street. She's making a big deal, talking about she's demanding it. What do you think about that, sister?
I was trying to just get some insight on this, who she was, and her name is Virginia Thomas. She's the wife of Clarence Thomas, who is the Supreme Court Justice. Virginia, she's asking Virginia to remove the Black Lives Matter banner, and I was trying to see what justification she had and why. But what I want to touch on is, the deception. Because I find deception is key to our dealings with people. And by deception, I'm meaning how they deceive the people and how they don't bear full truth. So, and at the same time, I'm not sure how our listeners are tuned in with this, insight of what I'm about to share. But this is a no judgment zone. I don't judge anybody. I only point out truth. I'm here for the truth. I expose. And that's what I do. And if you have questions, I can't see them, but hopefully they get filtered to me respectfully. Any disrespect, I will just, knock it off and just move on. But what I want to address, and you might be like, why is this important? And again, it goes back to deception and how far deception can go. This Virginia, what's her name? See, her name is, again, sorry, y'all, Virginia Jeannie Thomas, again, lawyer, a conservative activist, or what have you, the wife of the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. In the post that got my attention was, what brother has shared, and everyone kept talking about how she looks and this and that. Well, I had to cut short because it's not a she. It's not a she at all. This is a drag queen. This is a female. Well, a trans female or trans woman. We can't say female, we have to say trans woman. And we have to be mindful of that. Do they have to come out and tell us that? No, they don't. But it's very evident when you look at this individual and the fact that this brother is affiliated and is his wife or what have you. This goes this is actually pretty deep because this is part of their agenda, as we already know, unless we're still being blind to that fact. But this isn't the only couple that is like this within certain powers that be, if you will. And we'll bring up Supreme Court Justice who just left, actually retired, they say. She had dealings with the pedophilia ring, and I'm trying to think of her name. She was around during the Margaret Sanger. She was around during the Obama administration. She was the one who passed that legislation, and indeed, she too was a trans woman. And once I bring that up, we'll be able to find her name, so that way you guys can follow along. And let's see, Ruth Badger. That's who it was. Sorry, so I had to get that name out there, Ruth Badger. The only reason why I bring this up is just the deception side of things and how we are losing sight of the people that are in these powers that be. Someone's saying, hey, take down Black Lives Matter, blah, blah, blah. And we have to be mindful of LGBT as well as their affiliation with BLM and the mission of BLM or what have you. I'm not against the Black Lives Matter, the motive, if you will, with people who are not, cognitive of their mission, but their mission directly is something that we have to, I believe, discuss, because they don't speak of a family household. They speak of trans this or trans that, in that LGBT whole narrative. So when you look behind the picture of these people and who they are, what they are, it makes a lot more sense on why they operate and move the way they do. Again, I didn't want to go there, but I think it's very important that when we look at the message, we have to look at the messenger sometimes. Sometimes we have to see what we can get out of it, but at the same time, we should not sit here and say, do not judge. But at the same time, it makes a little sense to play that in when you look and see who this person is. And who is she to say what, who is she to say or to take down something, especially with what's going on for a certain community that she's not really part of. I just find that a little asinine to me. But I'm gonna hold my tongue on all that because I think I said enough, but I want to bring it to our attention of the deception and how deep it runs. So over to you if you have anything else on that, brother.
Well, that's definitely deep. We have a guy, brother coming in. Named C Rock Smooth. Come on in, brother. Introduce yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks for having me. This is my first time on Zoom, so y'all excuse me for not having a picture. I'm still trying to figure this out, but luckily the link brought me into this conversation. Thank you for having me, brother.
Sir.
I do agree. I definitely agree with the sister. My next podcast, I'm going to actually put out the information on how all of the donations that have been going to Black Lives Matter have been going directly to the Democratic Party. So she is absolutely correct in her being suspicious about what's going on with the Black Lives Matter whole movement. I believe in my heart that once again, this country has found another way to benefit from the pain and suffering of Black people again. Just one, Bernie Sanders, I believe it was, when he was running for president, he actually raised, I believe if I'm correct, it was $100 million. $100 million. And he didn't even get a chance to make it to the primaries. So Hillary raised about 100 million, but she actually got a chance to get there and sit in that seat and debate. But yes, the sister's absolutely correct. Black Lives Matter is another opportunity for this country. Well, not opportunity, another situation where this country is capitalizing off of our pain. I saw the last conversation where you guys were speaking about Nick Cannon. That is another conversation that we need to touch on, because Nick Cannon is being attacked for using his platform to get the truth out. what we have to understand is that this government is totally against the truth, because the truth would actually take down this government. I want to pause a couple seconds and let that resonate. This government is all about lies, so the truth will actually take this government down. So we're in a situation where anybody who would speak against this government is going to be attacked, especially when you have a platform like a Nick Cannon. I watched the discussion that he had with Professor Griff, and the discussion that he had with Brother Riza Islam, and he actually didn't say anything against the Jewish community. That's a whole nother topic. They're telling you that they're not the original Jews. They're actually being honest. They're saying we're Jewish. So we have to now go into the discussion of how can you be anti-Semitic when you are actually the Jew. So it's a lot of things going on, but that's just the introduction. You can take it from here and we can probably build on that, or we can travel to a different area.
I just
Yes,
wanted
sir.
to piggyback on it regarding what you touched on, initially was, BLM funding your DNC and the figures. He is right. Bernie, even now, Bernie for 2020 has over $186 million of expenditures at this current moment, like now. And Biden Biden for president, that's what they call his vendor. He's right behind him at 119 million. And the top 10, that's Senate's, all your senators, Amy for America, Pete for America, Elizabeth Warren, these people, Andrew Yang, what have you, they are all in the million bracket. The lowest is 29 million. So, and this is coming directly. Now, this is collectively coming from BLM solely. All right. So it's on their website. You can look it up yourself. Go to Black Lives Matter, click on donate. And when you do that, you scroll down and you'll see contribution rules, and you'll see number 2 where it says Act Blue Charities is a registered charitable, blah, blah, blah. And from there, you can navigate to Act Blue Charities, and you can seriously look up all the expenditures that they used, all the donors, all your recipients, all that.
So you saw this too then?
Oh, yeah. I have it right here in front of me right now since you mentioned it. And so, yeah, I'm reading as today the numbers, and actually this the last time it was released was June 26th, so it's fairly current. We're a month off, so I mean that's how it usually operates anyway. Till the end of the month they'll do another collection of all the funds. So this is for us to see. It literally says opensecrets.org for us to see the responsive politics and all that's going on. So I just wanted to piggyback on that and what have you. And we said a good bit yesterday on Nick Cannon and the way truth is and the exposure of truth. I had spoke on that. What truth does is it breaks down, someone's integrity, how honest they are, and where they actually lie within the universe. And if you feel the need to, I don't want to say come back, but he has to protect himself at the same time. Who else is going to do it? The culture? The culture is not going to protect Nick Cannon. The culture doesn't even understand or comprehend what's going on with Nick Cannon. So, but that's all another whole discussion, which we can jump back into if we want to, or what have you. But I just wanted to just piggyback, brother, with the actual numbers and where we are, not we, but where they are with their numbers regarding the 2020 cycle.
Hello?
Yeah, it's definitely good. I'm sorry, y'all. It's definitely good. We can talk about the Jew. Well, if I,
Could I touch on Andrew Yang?
Jews. Yes, it's an open discussion. What I want to talk about. I believe, I'm gonna tell you right now. I believe they did Nick wrong, and they're definitely not Semitic people. If you look at the word Semitic, they are not of the land. But you can't even disagree with them. No matter what you say, you're gonna be called anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic. That's what they've been using. I'm gonna pass the mic on to whoever want to talk about that.
I'm gonna say a couple things. All right, so the anti-Semitic thing is really a joke. It's them saying that we hate them, but they are not what they say they are. So that is a whole rabbit hole in itself. But the whole Andrew Yang thing is he actually he's trying to get black votes. So what he did was actually one of the most disrespectful things you can do, and that's called his black following Yanksters. Did anybody well, I'm not gonna ask questions because I see microphones are muted, but he called black people that followed him Yanksters. So that was actually disrespectful itself, and no one even said anything against it. See, when you're fighting for the truth, sometimes it feels like you're just out in the middle of nowhere by yourself, because the general public has no idea what the truth is. They gravitate to what feels good. So when I saw him call his black followers gangsters, I was like, yeah, this dude is out of control. Out of control. You can go ahead.
Yeah, they definitely own everything. Become the banking, Hollywood, you name it. They got their hands in everything. And they definitely owe us reparations. They had their hands definitely in the slave trade, redlining, you name it. These people here are Khazars and what's the other one? Khazars and Ashkenazi from Germany and Russia. They're not submitted to the land. I tell people to go get the books. They banned it off Amazon. They came up by Nation of Islam. So I got all three. Called The Secret Relationship of the Black and Jews. I tell everybody to purchase that. But you can't get off Amazon because they banned it off Amazon because it's basically their words. It's not rhetoric. It's basically their words talking about, what's going on, what they did, and all the stuff they planned and everything. Good book, good reads. It's called Secret Relationship Between Black and Jews. It's part 1, part 2, and a part 3. People need to pick it up. You don't have to agree with Farrakhan and Islam, but it's good read and there's information coming from their mouth.
Okay. What I usually always say about the Nation of Islam is they are the closest to the truth out of all of the different black groups or organizations in America. They're the closest. Man, I don't want to rattle any cages, so I'm not going to talk about what I believe the truth is. I'm just going to keep talking about what's going on with the government and what's really going on. So basically, we talk about white people, Europeans, Caucasians, the Romans. The thing that they're having their biggest problem admitting is that they came from a black womb. The issue is, in admitting that, they would have to submit to, well, they wouldn't have to submit, but admitting that it would also expose all the lies. And then you would have to, how could I say this? They would have to also admit that they're nothing but black people that have a melanin deficiency. All of the truth is something that they really consider to be embarrassing. And then you have to go into the discussion of, okay, well, if you came from a black womb, how could you do that to black slaves? So they have to have that conversation. Their conversation is the toughest conversation to have on this planet because they did the most. And what I want to say is, when white people bring up their slavery and their misfortune or whatever it was, when they say, okay, well, the Irish were slaves, it's like, no, they weren't slaves. You can't just say they were slaves. They were indentured servants, right? And all the other people that were in slavery, they can't say that they were in the same kind of slavery we were, because for one, our slavery lasted, oh my God, centuries, right?
Facts.
And the thing that they can also not be able to say in a discussion talking about their slavery versus our slavery we were actually the only slaves that were not considered human. So there's nothing that they can say to us when it comes time to talk about slavery. It's either you're going to give us reparations or you're not going to give us reparations. What I talk about on my channel is, okay, they've been saying no for the longest. We need to start doing something for ourselves while they make up their mind. so that we're not stagnant in a situation where we're just waiting for them to do something for us. Because if we wait for them, then they control our future and our destiny. Never let anybody, especially people that had your people in slavery, control your destiny or your future. So I believe that I'm really tired of knocking on the door to get reparations. I really am. I really believe that the money that we have, our spending power, is enough to get to where we need to go. I'm aware that it was a black man that invented the telephone. I'm aware that it was a black man that invented the light bulb. I'm aware that just about the stoplight. I was giving my white followers, hell on my channel because I was saying, look at how many lives we saved just by one black man inventing the traffic light. Look at how many lives we saved just from that one invention. And then I'm trying to think of his name. Y'all gotta forgive me. But the same black man that invented the traffic light invented the gas mask. Just imagine how many millions of lives that one black man saved, right? But then you go into history, and they have the slaves make these different inventions. They draw the patent, but the slave master put that invention in his name so he can take credit. And then what did they do? They hid everything else. So you think that these white folks are inventing things, right? Inventions come from a lack of something. We were the people that were always lacking something. So our inventions came to make our experience in slavery a little bit, we were just trying to ease it up on ourselves. White folks didn't have a reason to invent nothing. They weren't working. We were the ones working. White folks didn't work. They were overseers. They were on the porch, like, yeah, whoop his ass. He's not moving fast enough. Whoop her ass. She's not picking enough cotton. She can't carry as much cotton as that one or whatever, because they used the whole Willie Lynch thing. They put us against each other by our differences, and they capitalized on the whole divide and conquer thing. But white folks never had to invent anything. We even invented the internet. Every time I look into what we invented, I'm like, are you kidding me? And then it was a black woman that invented GPS. I don't have all my notes in front of me, so you guys can Google it. I decided to be a part of this discussion last minute, so I don't have all my notes and stuff in front of me.
Okay, brother. They can look it up themselves.
Yeah.
That's facts, though. You're speaking facts.
Yeah, okay. So we have these different things. And I said to myself, you know what? We shouldn't even ask for reparations. We should ask for the residual income from our inventions. That would be greater than reparations. Just the money that they make off of a light bulb every year. If we got the residual income from that, we wouldn't need reparations. There was a black man that made the water gun. You know how many millions that makes every year? We got a black man that made that. If we got the residual income from that we wouldn't need reparations. They have our income from everything that we created in this country. And they still won't give us anything back but a sad story about another black person or a black woman getting murdered. So, I mean, I could go all night. I could go all night. It's crazy. But this is what we're up against. We're up against a stone cold thief that believes as long as I make the truth a lie, I'll stay in power.
That's right. You're right, brother. Everything you say is a fact. And I've been watching you on Facebook for a while. And you definitely put it down on your show on YouTube.
Thank you.
I tell everybody on this page is follow NCRBGZ. Whoever else watching, they need to go ahead and subscribe to you. Most definitely. I put a stamp on it. Sister, you got anything to say about that?
I'm always having to try to find this mute button. My bad. Not particularly. I mean, I don't want to piggyback and be long-winded because he said a lot, and it's. I know we spoke very briefly on reparations last night, and again, I feel, and I understand the residual side of it too. It's just at the same time today, infrastructure for the Black community, we're lacking there, and if we were to receive residual, imagine who that goes to, and I mean, just think of the we'll say intellectual Blacks or indigenous people, just think of who that would be, what that looks like. Look at how some was that unmuted or no? Were y'all able to hear me or no?
You
You
went
got
out.
muted for 2 seconds, but we can hear you now.
Okay, I don't know why I just got the notification that I'm muted, but hopefully they ain't listening and trying to knock me off this channel. But what I was saying was we have to look at the organizations and the people within those organizations that have a structure or have some kind of how can I say this? I guess a setup to receive residual or to receive reparations, and what that looks like for all people of, of I don't say of color, but all the indigenous people of this land. How does that look? How would that play out? Because just because they look like us don't mean that they are for all of us, if that makes any sense. I'm not going to sit here and bash any organization, but it's hard to have that trust with those knowing how they operate, how they function. And I'll just give a very vague example, nothing saying this is what it is, but you have to look at how, for example, our oldest sororities and fraternities, okay, people that are followers of them or that are part of those organizations, they are loyal to that. And they would do anything for that, if that makes any sense. And being that they understand, infrastructure, they understand organization because they have some experience regarding that. I'm not saying that they're the appropriate ones. I'm not affiliated with any sorority, fraternity, obviously, but your 9 to 5, male or female that works 9 to 5, has a child or two, they are not going to have that capacity or that responsibility when it comes to setting up for residual or for reparations. And that's what I asked last night, like, how would that look once we do receive reparations or what have you? We get it, and okay, we are in the same predicament or situation as we were 10 years ago when we received it. You see what I'm saying? So by 2030, 2040, we've already received our reparations, but we are still fighting the same battle. There's nothing to complain about. There will be nothing to complain about. You see what I'm saying? So that I feel that that's something that we have to wrap our minds around, and in some situation or at some capacity, start thinking that far in advance. We have to have a 20, 30, 40-year plan. We have to, and that's how they work. That's how they operate. They have their plan for us for the next 15 years already. 30 years. You see what I'm saying? So I don't say we don't have it, but we don't come together. There's a lack of unity when it comes to those plans. Everything is individualized or what have you. One man or woman is for herself or himself or their family. So we're not used to organizational structure. And that's all I want to add regarding reparations and residual, receiving that on the back end of things. And I feel the order of the day, and I will say this every day, I don't care what it is, but I feel that we have to get ourselves lined up to be able to decolonize. And by that meaning those who don't belong here, that this is not for, they are out. And we have to set ourselves up to get them there. And that means, and I talked to the brothers about it last night, regarding changing our status and finding ourselves and preparing ourselves to become those people in power. But the thing is that's already been infiltrated, if you will, with their system and how they function. I don't mean to be long-winded about this, but we have a long way to go. This is not going to be a 30-day turnaround. This is going to be something that we have to understand, sit down, and incorporate within our households, our communities, our brotherhoods, sisterhoods, what have you, churches. I don't care how you get the message across or get it broken down to, but it has to be discussed. And this is something that we have not discussed. We don't talk about these things like they used to in church. They talked about, hey, what we got to do this week. They have their meetings. They then go and participate with city council, so they know what the hell is going on within their cities and their districts and the jurisdictions and things of that nature. We don't keep up with that stuff. So it's going to be a lot of moving parts and a lot of things to keep in consideration when it comes to not just receiving money and moving on and saying, hey, reparations have been received and clear, but what's next after that? What does that plan look like?
Okay. I want to speak to the what's well, I could talk about the what's next, but first I want to talk about what's needed right now. Um, as I always say, we always talk about, and not you, sis. We always talk about what's happening, but we never talk about the solutions. The thing is this: the biggest problem in the Black community, I've been saying this for years, and people are now starting to see it. The biggest problem in our community is there's a lack of love. How is there a lack of love? No one really taught us how to love. When I go on social media and I make different posts on Facebook and then Instagram or wherever I make these different posts, I always, every once in a while, I go back and just ask people, what is your definition of love? Right? And what I notice is everyone has a different definition of love. Love only has one definition. So our biggest problem is we don't know how to love. No one showed us how to love. I believe that the definition of love is the commitment to someone else's well-being. When you get into that mindset, when you understand love for what it really is, it's totally selfless. You know, that the most vulnerable thing you could do on this planet is love, because if you love someone who doesn't love you back, it can absolutely destroy your life. And we've seen it time and time again. You know, we all have a friend who was in love with somebody and that person did not love them, and we could see it, but because they were the one in love, they couldn't see it. So we were always showed, instead of how to love, we will always show people who haven't been loved and the effects of not being loved. So I just wanted to touch on that, because love is definitely what we're missing. You would never see a Black man shoot another Black man if he loved Black men. You have a culture of men who see that if I'm not better than the person next to me, then that person is an enemy or a threat. And like I said, I go into the streets and talk to brothers, and I talk to them from an angle where most men couldn't. And that's the angle where I'm like, dude, we're all one decision away from being homeless. We're all one check away from being homeless. None of us have any kind of generational wealth like white folks. Now, when you look at the wealth gap, I'm very interested in closing that wealth gap, because that wealth gap, it says a lot. Okay, so you have every Black family on average is worth $8. Every white family on average is worth $240,000.
Wow.
So I said to myself, how the hell did that happen? Now, what I found out is that I want to say 80 to 90% of white families have one house at least that they pass down from generation to generation. So they have that as what really keeps that generational gap so far apart. Our people are in love with renting. We need to be in love with ownership, or at least until we become owners, we need to get in love with trying to find out how to be owners. And that is our issue. We're so comfortable with being consumers that we never even think for a second, what would it be if I was the guy selling the product? So we got to flip this whole thing around and start think about it as being owners, because only ownership is power. The only reason why white folks really have an influence over Black people, and I maintain this to this day also, is because they cut our checks. Black people are not happy with the way they're being treated. But the thing that stops most Black people from speaking up is, I don't want to lose my job. We got to get that out the equation. We got to get that whole fear of losing their job out of the equation. And the only way to do that is we have to start our own businesses. We have to build our own homes so no one's worried about getting evicted or fired. And then once we employ our own people, then we can speak freely and not have to worry about losing anything at the end of the discussion. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And that's facts. That's definitely you said that's a mouthful there. Took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, we're in trouble, but we got away. But we got to tighten up. We got lost love. We lost love for ourselves. We under respect for ourselves. And it's sad. Anything you got to say about it, sister?
Go ahead, sis.
Okay, sorry, I thought I had to mute it. I cannot keep up with this mute button, but nothing to add on. I think he was just we're kind of going back and forth on the same subject or what have you. And there's honestly, we probably could sit here all night and all day discussing our pros and cons within our community. It's just there is a lack of there is no common denominator. I would say that, and that's what we discussed last night, and that's what he just touched on is when you ask, hey, what's your definition of love, and you have all these different meanings, cool, but what's the common denominator? Is there one? Can we identify one to be able to share common ground? And that's probably the breakdown, honestly, within our households and our communities. How we raise our children, how we were raised, how we fail to be responsible or even take on accountability. All that comes down to, love, and not just love, externally, but that self-love as well, and holding each other, or actually oneself, accountable to be able to hold someone else accountable. We don't know what that looks like as a whole in general. Some people may have a better grasp than others, so I don't want to downplay that. But I just wanted to touch on what you already mentioned, and love is definitely a key component when it comes to a group of people. And that's, I honestly do believe that we would be in definitely a different predicament regardless of our history, but the breakdown is having no sense of belonging. When you have in your, just imagine what that does mentally to a person that doesn't have a sense of belonging. You don't even know who you belong to, where you go, where you came from, and you don't even know where to even find out where you come from. You're just gonna be a geological guess maybe, or not say guess, but research or what have you, and to understand who you are, where you come from, and this and that. And I mean, look, and we'll see what's going on now. People argue about being Dominican and Haiti. You're on the same damn island. Or you argue about Egypt and Hebrew, or Israel, and that's the thing. We don't even know where we come from, generally speaking. And it's, again, sense of belonging, where to belong, where we come from, and how to even bring that equation up to love. I felt that I want to say feel, because feel is, again, interchangeable, but I really believe that that's where we're hurting as a people. Is if I knew where I belonged, what have you, if I knew what tribe I belonged to, if I knew what my land was, if I knew who my fathers were, I think that would definitely be able to bring in a different mindset of accountability of not just yourself, but being able to self-govern, and then be able to govern a community, household, or what have you. So I wanted to just end on that note with that.
That's factual. We got my good brother, Master you. Peace to the gods on earth.
Peace, God.
How you doing tonight, brother?
Man, all is well, brother. Ain't got no complaints at all, man. What topic y'all hitting on at the moment?
Oh, we talking about love, the lack of love in our community. We just talked about the Jewish, power, Nick Cannon, apologize. I'm sick of people apologizing. I'm sick of us always apologizing for telling the truth, But talking about economics. Brother C-Rock Smooth's up here tonight. We were talking about the wealth gap between the black and the white community. And it's actual factual, brother. And it's, we gotta do better with the wealth. Passing on to our own kids and grandkids, anything you gotta say about that?
Yeah, man. It's something that I work. It's something that I'll drive home, man. Like in order to really be, wealthy, man, like it's all a mind, it's all a frame of mind. You just have to change the way that you think and change the way that you look at certain things. You need to spend your money on things that grows and that increases your net worth, things you can pass on to like your family. And for us as Black people, a lot of times what we do is we give our wealth away to other people. You know what I'm saying? For real, I know some people get mad at Arabs in Black communities, and sometimes, the Asians being Black communities, you know what I'm saying, doing like, hair, doing nails and selling hair and stuff. But those are things that we allow. All they're doing is capitalizing off stuff, but we never do the same thing, you know what I'm saying, to them. So, you know what I'm saying, what they're following code with their people. They're getting, what I'm saying, they're getting companies and stuff. That's what they're doing. And they employ their own people. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not mad at them for what they're doing. I'm not mad at them at all. And I'm also understanding the mind frame that, you know what I mean? Like, with our nation, we deal with it's the knowledge culture degree, the 14 degree and the 1 to 40. And talking about, who is the 85%. And I ain't gonna go through the whole degree, but basically 85% of people that's walking around, well, at least us, you know what I'm saying? Is every race included. 85% of people, like, they don't know who they are. They don't have any type of direction. And I heard the sister talking about it. And we don't have no sense of self. You know what I'm saying? No sense of self. It's going to be hard for you to build anything because you don't know who you are. Anybody could tell you anything and easily tear you down. So that's why you see like a lot of celebrities. You know what I'm saying? They have millions of dollars, but it's easily taken away. They easily commit suicide. Why is that? Because they don't have a sense of self, man. You know what I'm saying? And so if we really break it down, man, I can't remember who the quote came from, but it says it's simple to live a simple life is it's simple to live. How to anyway, do is talking about happiness. It don't take a lot to make people happy. But what and stuff does, it makes us think that we need all these certain things to be happy, and we don't. Really, all we need for our families to be okay. In order for them to be okay, you need somebody who's gonna have to go out in the forefront to be able to establish certain things for their family. You dig what I'm saying? So, and this ain't no disrespect on how people spend their money. I'm not knocking what nobody to spend on them. I'm not knocking nobody. Don't take what I'm saying the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? But for me, I'm not saying I would never buy a pair of Jordans, but I never owned a pair of Jordans. You know what I'm saying? The car that I drive, has been paid for years. And somebody may say, that car ain't worth 5 cents. But this car, like, to me, it works. It's paid for. My wife's car is paid for. See what I'm saying? So I'm not spending no extra money on buying no new cars and that stuff. I take that money, you know what I'm saying, and I set up custodial accounts for my kids. You know what I'm saying? Put money into that account for them, you know what I'm saying, every single month. You dig what I'm saying? Like,
That's right.
I look at things that way. If I got a credit card, I need to, you know what I'm saying, I got a credit card, put my kids on my credit card account, my other kid on my my wife's credit card account. And so as we're making payments on stuff, you use it, we're increasing our credit score. We're also building their credit score up too. So by the time my kids get to be 19, 20, their credit score is, doggone near perfect. You get what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And so, like, it don't really take a lot to do that. And people will say, well, I don't have no money. And for some people, that very well may be true. And I'm not here bragging and boasting. It's not what I'm doing. But what I will say, if you sit down and map out all of your bills, you know what I'm saying? How much you making, how much money going out, you put all your bills down. It's okay, cool. Here's how much money I'm spending a month on X, Y, and Z. And sometimes some people just don't make enough money. Granted, some people just don't make enough money. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of people who they do have enough money to spend on putting money up, whether that being money in, investing in the stocks. Some people don't like stocks. I personally think you should get into, getting stocks, ETFs, bonds, et cetera, or whatever you want to do with your money is up to you. But what I'm saying is, for example, you know what I mean? Like, do you really need an iPhone? For real? Do you need a brand new iPhone? I'm not trying to be funny. You got a brand new iPhone and you complain about you ain't got no money, then why should you have a brand? I'm just saying it's a mind frame shift. You start talking like that, you start getting on people's toes and they get upset with you. You know what I'm saying? Do you need every new outfit that come out in the store? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are your kids look messy? You got on brand new shoes. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? So, like, again, man, it's a total mind, for me at least, it was a total mindset shift You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the things that I put value in, a lot of people probably don't put value in, man. So for me, in order for us to build wealth, it is not hard. All this information exists within books, brother. And to all my sources, all this stuff exists within books. You can go outside and see how people live their life. It's all here. You know what I'm saying? But we have to be able to take ourselves away from the images that they put in front of us on TV because, and after this, I'm gonna be quiet because I feel like I'm getting long-winded. But in school, they will never really teach you to be an owner. You know what I'm saying? They won't teach you to be an owner. They will teach you to be a 9-to-5 worker. And there's nothing wrong with being a 9-to-5 worker. You can build wealth being a 9-to-5 worker. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not knocking that. But they won't teach you certain things on how banks work, how
Right.
credit works, how to leverage your credit to do certain
Right.
things. You know what I'm saying? They don't teach you that type of, it's a lot of that information that they keep away from you. You know what I'm saying? And so people wonder why, how come the rich don't pay taxes, but the middle class is paying all the taxes? It's because they know different things about capital gains, et cetera, you know, how to do certain things on investment income that they don't got to pay as much taxes as somebody else who goes to work and works a 9-to-5. You get what I'm saying? And so, but anyway, man, all that to say, man, if we want to build wealth in our community, it has to start with your universe. You know, in the nation of God's earth, our immediate universe is your family within your house. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to change you, then it goes to your universe, your wife and your kids, you know what I'm saying? Then it extends to people outside of that. So the first thing in building wealth is understanding who you are, you know what I'm saying? And then after that, man, pretty much the world is yours. And that's my piece.
And I'm gonna say, that's totally true. And brother C Rock, we have classes, financial classes on every Monday. Every Monday night, we have something called financial literature, talking about investments and all kinds of things, you know, gold,
Right.
land, whatever. Every Monday night, we have
I want to
classes
touch
on
in.
financial literacy.
I'm going to touch on that credit thing and how we can get the credit. There's a secret that was never told to us by our parents because they didn't know it. But you can actually put $10,000 into a bank account for about 30 to 60 days, and you will have a perfect credit score immediately after that because they'll see the funds in which could be paid back if they let you borrow something. So that is a trick that white folks have been doing for years. What they do is they'll open up a checking account for their children, right? And they won't give the child a debit card where they can touch the money. They'll just let it sit there for a certain amount of time, and that will give them a perfect credit score. So we got to start passing that information more than we pass. If you got 10,000 in your account, they're gonna do an audit, right? You know that, right? Like we're scared of the audit, right? We don't understand why they do the audit. The audit is only to see where the funds came from. Whoever gave it to you, you could just say, "Look, my father gave it to me." Okay, in the investigation, now you got this credit score, and you don't even have to prove that you can make the money. They just need to see it. And they're like, okay, well, look, okay, we give this guy, he's only 18, but if we give this guy some money, if he can't pay it, well, his father can because we have the paperwork where we know his father gave it to him. So now it's like, okay, we'll give you the money, but your father needs to be the co-signer. White folks have co-signed their children into wealth. Okay. Check this out. I want to jump to where we came from. Now, one of the things that I also teach is if you want to know the truth, you have to know the lie. Okay, the truth is always the opposite of the lie. So our sister was saying, well, if we knew where we were from, we would feel better about each other because we would have some sense of we belong to a certain place. Well, this is the thing that we discovered. I don't know if you guys remember being in school. You remember in elementary school, they used to always have a globe and you could spin it and look at all the different places on Earth, right? There was a place on that globe that the system totally removed. And that place was a place called Negro Land. That is no longer on any globes that they make today. But
Right.
back in the days, it was there. So I said to myself, okay, that's a lie. Why would they take it? Why would you take Negro Land off of the globe? So you see that Negro Land is actually on top of Guinea. And Guinea is right there where they took the slaves on the slave coast, the Gold Coast, the Wheat Coast, all the different things that they used to get and put them on the ships were all there. So I said, hold up, why did they delete Negro Land? And I see a lot of brothers in social media saying, oh, Negro is a dead man, he's a dead man, this, that, and the third. If you do the research, when we first came off the ships, what did white folks call us? They called us Negroes. That turned into niggas, okay? And then after nigger, somebody came on the scene by the name of Jesse Jackson. And then he came up with the phrase African American. So they stopped calling us Negroes because I believe, from the research that I did, they stopped calling us Negroes. They like, we keep calling them Negroes, they're gonna find out where they came from. There's a lot of stories of how we got marched all the way down to the slave coast, right? And I just don't see Black people walking thousands of miles or hundreds of miles to get on a ship. I see them grabbing the people that were right there on the coast. I may be wrong, but I'm just looking at the lie. And this is how I'm like, the lie, the opposite of lie is always the truth. So if you took away Negro land, why'd you do that? Why they hide in Negro land? And then we look in the history books, slaves were called Negroes. When you look, it say Negro for sale, and they would how much the Negro is and all of this stuff. Then they stopped calling us Negroes, called us niggas, and then Jesse Jackson turned us into African Americans. You can't be from two countries at the same time. That's bullshit. So I really believe there's some truth in that. I believe there's some truth in that why they deleted this place. No other place was deleted the globe except for Negro land. So just, that's just something to throw in and let you guys do what you want with it. But if you Google Negro land, it'll come up. But if you just Google world, a world map or globe, it won't come up. You have to Google Negro land to see that it was deleted. So I just want to throw that out there. You guys can add on or whatever you guys want to do.
I definitely got a friend. He's Hebrew Israelite, and he showed it to me a couple months ago. Negro land. So that's facts.
Yes.
I'm saying.
Yes.
We call ourselves all kinds of names, bro. Ethiopians, Asiatics, all kinds of Nubians, Israelites, Moors. We're confused on that part, if you ask me, But when you tell me that, I understand what you're saying. You're African, whatever you want to call yourself, Well, I understand where you're coming from.
Well, a lot of people don't understand. Not you. A lot of people don't understand that the Bible was actually written by a Black person or Black people in general. So when you understand that, you grow to understand that is a book of our history and our culture. Negroes were actually mentioned in the scriptures. It actually said that Negroes were exceptional people because it said except the Negroes. It started talking about all of the different types of Black people, brown people, whatever they want to call it. It talked about us, but the scripture said except the Negroes. So I said, hold up, except is short for exceptional. So it's you understand what I'm saying? It's like
right.
He made a divide when he talked about Negroes. So when he said Negroes in the Bible, I said, okay, well, where are Negroes on the map? And that's how we discovered that there was a place called Negro land right there where they took all the slaves. So you just got to look into that history. It's very interesting. It's giving me goosebumps just talking about it, because if they didn't delete it, if they never called us Negroes, I wouldn't be interested in the subject. But even with the word Negro, the definition of it just means Black. You know what I mean? It's like, so for the Nation of Islam to take it and say it means a Negro's a dead man, and a lot of other Black people in the community are, and if you're a Negro, that's a derogatory thing. No, I don't agree with that. And I wish that we would actually look into that even more, because we'll get a chance to see something that we never even paid attention to. Being a Negro is not a bad thing. I don't get it. I just don't get how we flip these different things. Another issue that we have is we have all of these man-made religions, all of these man-made groups. My mission is to figure out what does God say? Not what does man say, but what does God say? And a lot of the different things that we call ourselves, God never called us any of that. Now, what he did say was, ye are gods. Now, when you say that, you have to be very, very careful, because that could turn into a problem. And it has already turned into a problem, because when they read that, they said, okay, I'm God. No, you're not God. You're a God. You're not the God. You're a God. And the only way to become a God is to actually submit to God's will and display his characteristics. Brothers miss that lesson. So I teach that too. You can't be a God unless you're reborn into a God. You have to take on God's ways to be a God. Being God is not all about I'm in control. I can take a life or I can give a life. That's not what being God is about. God, when it said ye are gods, that means after you have to be reborn. And then once you do that and you decide that, in order for me to be a God, I have to submit to God to have access to God power. But brothers, like I said, there's so many half lessons floating around that brothers learn and believe to be true that we have to fight against those lies too. God never gave no man permission to start a religion. He already had one. All right. And I'm not going to get into that right now because, like I said, I don't want to ruffle any feathers, but God had his own religion. And I believe everyone in this conversation, we all agree that that was not Christianity. All right. So I'm going to leave it right there. I don't want to go too deep on the first, you know what I mean?
I feel you.
I don't want to go too deep, but that's just an introduction of that too.
It definitely won't Christianity.
Right.
And I believe the Israelites own something. I believe everybody's owned something, got some truth in they camp, whether it's Rastafarians, whether it's Christianity got some truth in it. Everything got a little truth in it, you know what I mean? Or more, and got some wrong in it. I don't really get into debates, whatever, about who's right, who's wrong as far as religion. But it's definitely as a higher power, whether people call it universe, and we are God. It's right in the Bible. Ye are God. You know what I mean?
Right.
You right about that.
You know what? What throws people off when I tell them that King James was a black man? That throws people off too. I want to say 90% of the characters in the Bible were black. 90%.
So you consider yourself an Israelite?
I consider myself. See, that's when we get into the whole religion thing.
Mm-hmm.
I believe. Okay. I believe what God told me to be, and God's only command in that book, besides the commandments, was be holy, for I am holy, your God. So that's a direct order. Like if I told you, put on a leather jacket, or put on some Timberlands, or be to work at 9 o'clock, or be on the bus at 9:15, that's a direct order.
Right.
That's what he told us to be. He told us to be holy. So now you have to say, okay, he told us to be holy. What is holy? Holiness, what is that? So you go into that. It's being separate from the world and in God's presence. You have to be in his presence. You have to reject the world. What is the world? Who's in control of the world? Satan. Satan has full dominion and power over this earth by God's permission. So you're supposed to be in the world, but you're not supposed to be of the world. So it's really, really deep. It's really, really deep. The religion is holiness. That's what I'm a part of. Because that is the only thing that I saw God tell us to be. I didn't hear him say, be a Christian. I didn't hear him say, be Muslim. And they even would say, well, everybody's Muslim because, you submit to God's will. As anybody who submits to God's will, but we all know, we look around, we see everybody ain't submitting to God's will. So you say, all right, holiness. It's displaying it's the intelligence of God and displaying the characteristics of God. That's how you become God. You see what I'm saying? If you're trying to be God on something that you want, then you can never be a God. You can only be God when you become like God. And that's the lesson that's not taught in this world. And Apostle's been teaching this for years. And now he's starting to get some attention because he's actually got a chance to debate people. And the Israelites is like, I'm talking about Apostle Geno Jennings. oh man, we've been trying to debate him for years. Okay, no problem. Well, how come it didn't happen? Because Apostle clearly has a policy that says anyone who wants to debate the Holy Scriptures, they can walk in at any time and he will stop the service to debate. So, it's a lot of different things going on, but Apostle was the first person I ever see defeat someone from the Nation of Islam. And we know how sharp they are. The Nation of Islam is terribly sharp. And he dissected one of the top-ranking ministers at the time. Minister Farrakhan didn't even want to entertain it. He
You talking
actually,
about Geno Jennings, right?
yeah, the Nation of Islam actually made a whole teaching on how to defend the Nation of Islam against holiness. These are the different things that people aren't looking at. We understand that Christianity is phony. We see it. We see our family members go every Sunday, and as soon as they leave, they're the same person. I don't see people going into holiness and remaining the same. If you sit in that, it transforms you. It transforms you. It changed my whole life. You see what I'm saying? Because I learned that you can't just take somebody's word for what's in the book. You got to actually go in there and see it for yourself. And then once you see it, you got to live it. If we lived, like I said, that the whole book, okay, God is love, right? So in order to be God, you got to know how to love. We can't get to being gods because we don't even know that part. That's why when the sister was talking about love, I'm like, that's it right there. That's it. Loving and knowing who to love is our biggest problem. Black people have this thing where we just love everybody, right? Because we don't know what love is. If they knew that love was being committed to someone else's well-being, you wouldn't love the people who are not committed to your well-being. You would see that, unfortunately, you would see that I can't love this government. I can't love white people. I can't trust them because history says something's going to go wrong where you're going to hurt me. So we got to learn what love is, how to love, and who to love. Okay? I tell people love who loves you, regardless of their race. Because I've been in situations where, the whole saying, blood is thicker than water. I've been in situations where water was thicker than blood. When I thought my family was going to come help me, my friends came. So I don't even teach water thicker than blood no more because I saw from, firsthand that sometimes your friends actually treat you better than your family. So we have to go into this situation with experience, with understanding, with knowledge, and we have to go into it with logic and leave the emotion out. Black people, they play with our emotions all day, every day. White folks know right now, we're gonna go out here, find the first nigga walking around by himself. We're gonna choke the nigga to death. The whole world's gonna go out. They're gonna march. They're gonna burn shit up, right? They already know. We can't react anymore. We gotta respond. So what did I say? Okay, marching, that phase is done. It's now time to boycott. White folks love nothing on this planet more than money. So how do you hurt somebody who loves money? You keep it from them. We got $2 trillion, what is it, 1 point something trillion of spending power? Just keep it from them. Just keep it from them. Martin Luther King was right on the money right before they killed him. He said, you know what? We ain't marching no more. Nope, because all we doing is giving them an opportunity to whoop our ass. Now that the comedian's coming out of me, but this is all facts. If you guys don't know, I'm a stand-up comedian too. But Martin Luther King was basically like, you know what? We ain't gonna go out here no more because the German shepherds is ripping the women's titty off and biting us all in the ass, all in our arms. This is ridiculous. Let's figure out what they want from us and let's keep it from us. They want the money. That's why they destroyed the Black Wall Street. It wasn't because the boy raped somebody. Listen, the lie that they told about the Black Wall Street was that the boy raped a white woman in an elevator. How the hell can you rape somebody going down 10 floors? You understand me? So that was the lie that they used to actually use planes to drop bombs on the Black Wall Street. So it's just ridiculous what they've been doing. They just tell these lies and people just buy into it. Our people got to get off the drugs. We got to stop medicating ourselves. We are so quick to medicate ourselves that it is ridiculous. As soon as, look, make a black man mad right now or a black woman, they're going to say two things. No, three things. I need a cigarette. I need a drink. I need a blunt, a joint. They're going to go to weed, alcohol, or tobacco. Those are the three things that black folks will run to in a heartbeat. Even people that don't smoke. If you harass a black person enough, they will ask somebody for a cigarette. I'm trying to tell y'all something. All right, I'm trying to tell y'all something, but it's the truth. It's funny, but it's the truth. Make a black person mad. They're gonna be like, you driving me to drink, or I need a cigarette, or man, I need to smoke a blunt. We have to, soon as it's time to do something, yes, brother, soon as it's time to do something, we all run to get high. Hold up, there's four things, excuse me. You'll run to sex, you'll run to alcohol, you'll run to tobacco, we'll run to marijuana, or we'll run to the bedroom. How the hell did I forget about that? We have so much sex to try to mend the pain that we have. That's why we having so much sex. We so hurt. And that's the only time we feel good is when we get an orgasm. And because of that, we abuse our women. We treat them like they just sex dolls. God didn't make the black woman to be a sex doll for us just bounce on whenever we get ready to. But that's what happens from the pain. The pain is like, what can make me feel good right now? Then you see some beautiful black woman walking down the street, her skin is shining, and she got a nice body, and she really should have never met your ass. She should have never met you. But because a man knows how to attract a woman, because that's men are hunters. We know. See, we'll say some shit that we know we don't mean just to get in some draws. You see what I'm saying? So we just got to be real with each other. I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna stop. I made a post the other day. Marriage is not for hoes. Because remember the whole Will and Jada thing. I said, man, no, they're not relationship goals. They are two rich hoes. And when we see that, we'll understand that they are not something to look up to. If you a hoe, you just need to tell the girl or whoever it is, listen, I'm still a hoe. I ain't ready to get married. I ain't ready yet. And I think the woman would respect that, or the man would respect that. If a woman's just like, look, listen, I'm a hoe. I like to have sex. I'm a nymphomaniac. He'd be like, okay, all right, well, okay, I ain't gonna put a ring on it, but can we still do what we gonna? But you go into that situation with honesty. It lasts longer. Anything that's built on truth is gonna last. But that's it. Thank y'all for the time.
It's like you said, everybody going on that Jada stuff, man. Jada and Will, I'm tired of hearing about it. It's funny, the entanglement and everything, but people praising that stuff, it's crazy, Anybody else got anything to add on?
No, not exactly. I mean, I agree with watching who you get your influences from. Will and Jada are not the healthiest for their lifestyle isn't the healthiest to adopt. I'll say that. We're obviously on the outside looking in, and I mean, you have to understand the timeline of them coming out with their news breaking was the same time that Wayfair scandal started. So everything, they know what they're doing. They understand how media works for us and for the masses, if you will. You have one people following Will and Jada. Next, you have this group following the Wayfair scandal, and it just kind of spreads us thin mentally, and definitely emotionally, if you will, if you're into the whole Save the Children movement. I hate to call it a movement because I just don't understand the lack of priority when it comes to that. But I'm not trying to go all over the place or ramble, but I feel like I am going to do that anyway. But
go ahead, Seth, you're doing good. Go ahead.
I just want to encourage the listeners and whoever this message comes across is to be mindful of what you consume, through all your senses. And that does have persuasion with a sense that we don't talk about much is our intuition. So I just want to encourage those who, because I mean, in today's age, we always have our phones in our hands, TV's on, we turn TV on for our children, leave the room. We don't know what they are seeing or what have you, what their persuasion can be or will be in the future. And and it's just like he said, it all goes down to the root of love and accountability, and this care and being able
Right.
to self-govern yourself, your child, your children, your household, and those within your community, your extended family and what have you. That's just very important to our community, and I just feel that with the lack of love comes, of course, what follows is the lack of accountability. And next thing you're not even able to self-govern, and that's how you become dependable on these external sources and what have you. You're not dependent of furthering your education, and even if that's being a druid, meaning you're studying on your own. People don't read books anymore. I did a challenge recently and say, hey, take a picture of a book in your room. And it was just a very scarce. And not saying I do that for a reason, but it's just to see, are you able to, do you read in your, in any time throughout the day or during any kind of leisure? Do we keep our minds fresh? I always express that information is always evolving, and we are always, I don't say always, but a lot of us are behind. We stopped giving up on education when we graduated, 12th grade, or got our degree and got complacent with a job. We don't evolve with education. We don't evolve with politics. We don't evolve with political sciences and things of that nature. And just etymology of words are tearing us up. We're falling for spells. We're falling for deception. We're falling for things that just really have taken over our minds, and we have not detoxed that at all. We consume it every day, and imagine what it does to the mind when you don't give it a break. It's detrimental to our health. It's detrimental to our household, and it's kind of hard to pinpoint on where to start. But if you know that there's something that you're lacking, or something that you or maybe have too much of, do a self-assessment and say, hey, maybe I should take a break over this weekend, or maybe a break this night, and just go and step outside and breathe some fresh air, turn the TV off. I don't know, whatever it is that will help you kind of disconnect and unplug from all the chaos and all the drama and all the junk. You know what I'm saying? So and I just, whoever's listening, whoever takes this in, is just encouragement. I don't tell people they should or shouldn't do, but I understand what it can do and the good it does when you kind of take a break from digesting the harmful stuff that we consume on a daily basis. When you're dealing with work, you're dealing with bills, you're dealing with your children, you're dealing with everything, natural things that will stress you out, and then you take on things that you don't really need. You know what I'm saying? So I think everything is done in moderation, and we just have to be better at self-governing in order to become a better people.
Right. You spoke about saving the children. I'm glad you brought up the children, because me and Dr. Umar, we are on the same page when we feel like it's really hard to save the adults at this point. We need to start focusing on the children. And you talked about, once again, saving the children. We don't realize that every time a child is taken from a Black home, that child is 70% likely to end up with a homosexual couple. So when we talk about saving the children, that is a humongous topic, like, that is not touched on. A lot of people are not talking about the children. We're talking about the welfare of the adults. Every time we talk about reparations, yes, it will trickle down to the children, but that's the adults trying to say, yo, I need some money for what happened to my ancestor. But the children, oh my goodness. Oh, Lord, that is I don't even know what to say. Like,
It's very disturbing. Absolutely.
I got a
Yes.
question. I like Umar. I went to one of his lectures. He do anything, not trying to be funny, because I'm rooting for the brother. Have you heard anything about the school? Dr. Umar school? The latest on it?
He has 2 buildings, and it's been taken out of context. But go ahead. I'd like to answer this because I actually speak to him a lot.
Oh yeah, can you explain to everybody? Because I'm rooting for the brother. I ain't turning the brother down. I like Dr. Umar.
Okay.
Are you going to break it down for everybody?
This is a humongous topic. There's always going to be millions of people who are dedicated to his destruction. Me and him, we both know that there's some people who are just dedicated to see him fail. Now, when it comes to Dr. Umar, one thing about him, that I could say he's been consistent about is his love for children. Dr. Umar Johnson, he's not a guy who really watches TV or none of that stuff. Like, he doesn't really believe in feeding into what's going on in the world. We look at these different things so we know how to help our people, because we understand that TV is one of the biggest forms of hypnosis. So we have to know what's on the TV to be able to help people psychologically. Now, I didn't go to school for psychology. I would be 100% honest. My father had a master's in psychology, and a lot of the things that he learned rubbed off on me. But it all starts in the mind. So that's what we focus on. So let's go to the school. One of Dr. Umar's biggest things is, why do people question him? But when it comes to someone else, like a pastor, or when it comes to the police department, or it comes to the government, nobody questions them. Nobody questions them about the church on what they do with the billions and trillions of dollars that has been given to them, and they've never showed anything but a brand new car, and some people even a brand new jet, or brand new jets, plural. So his thing is, why y'all questioning me when you guys don't question anybody else? So to be honest, he's offended that he's on the front line risking his life, because as you know, Dr. Umar Johnson, he believes in the protection of the Most High. So he's not walking around with groups of people. So he's more vulnerable than anybody else. When you think about it, in this whole struggle right now, they always look for the person that is the most intelligent, or one of the most intelligent. He's walking around by himself, and he goes on these different platforms and gets heard by millions of people, speaking against the same people who have a history of killing our people. So he's offended that he's actually risking his life for a people that are trying to take it, and for the government that also would like to see him removed from the equation, because all the information that he has. And this is what I say to people that would like to see him destroyed. If we lose Dr. Umar Johnson, who's going to replace him? Who's going to actually go to school for all of those years and get all of those degrees? Oh, and that's another thing. People still don't believe he got 6 degrees in a master's. That's insane. So he recently posted it. I was like, Dr. Umar, just post the credentials. Please just post the credentials. So he posted on Instagram the credentials. People are still saying he doesn't have it. So I'm like, you know what? And he told me, he was like, they still gonna say it. I'm like, but at least we'll have something to go and show and shut people up on that aspect. Because that whole thing really got big with the whole Roland Martin debate. So we got everybody saying, oh, he's not even a real doctor. And it's like, oh my God, we just put out the information. So what exactly you want to know? Because to be honest with you, he's been embarking on something that has never been done before, that we have never tried to do. Most of the situations we have went into these different things looking to get assistance from the government. And we understand that if anything that the government gives money to, they control. So we are solely dependent on Black people to build this, so that no one can destroy it but us. If we build this, then we can control this. But if we go, we can easily, people, listen, white folks have been trying to give Dr. Umar Johnson money for the longest. He doesn't want it from them, because when you take that money, there's rules that he has to abide by. There's things that he want to teach that he won't be able to teach. It's a whole big thing. It's a whole humongous thing that he's been trying to avoid, but this is something he's learning as he goes. You know, people are like, yo, why it take him so long? He been raising money for 10 years. He been raising money for the school for the past 5 or 6 years. People are like, no, he been doing it for 10 years. I'm like, oh my God, just go back and look at the videos. It was 6 years ago when he decided to build this school. Now, he's always been talking about having a school, but he never talked about the FDMG Academy and actually having this private school. He didn't start taking donations solely for this school until last year, like the Cash App and all of that. It traces back to the same timeline that he's been telling people about. But you can't just go on Cash App and see that, because it's not their account. So they can't see when it's made. Maybe he should post that. When did he make that Cash App? But at this point, he's tired of trying to get people to stop trying to destroy him. He's just now at the point where it's like, okay, it's just time to build. It's just time to build. Any questions?
Yeah, I definitely root for Dr. Umar. I donate to the school. I'm not complaining. I know it. I don't understand why some of these celebrities don't go ahead and give them $1 million. You know what I mean? Just
And
somebody go ahead and give
that's
their
against
brother.
their code. That's definitely against their
Exactly.
code. They
Thank
can't.
you, sister.
That's not their. I don't use the word jurisdiction, but that's not for them. They are, obviously controlled puppets. So
Exactly.
they're not one and the same at all. They're from two different heads completely. And knowing what the school does and where the school is heading, if he were to take anything from the government, he would have to go by their codes. And
Right.
that is a beast that we're fighting against. And if you pay attention to what's going on in Europe and their education system, it is a cesspool. And over here in Cali, they are already adopting some of that rhetoric. They are definitely, and I hate to keep using the alphabet people, but they are definitely malingering, if you will, their agenda within the school's agenda. And it's just a mess. It's a mess. It's a complete mess. Here, even in college, out here, they have they're talking about making pedophilia a sexual orientation and teaching children at the age of 4 that they
Right.
have the mindset to be able to give consent. They should masturbate. Children should now masturbate. They are pushing that so that way they
Right.
can determine if they like it or not. And if they do like it, they are able to act on it with a full adult. And that's just fucking ridiculous. Excuse my French. And I get very passionate about this. So if my tone really gets, excuse me in advance.
No, you should be, sis.
But
That's your nature.
I just try to be mindful of all listeners. So people don't like to know all that cursing, but I get passionate with my language sometimes. But it's just ridiculous to see where this is going and how they justify it. I've been watching, content lately of, them normalizing the abuse and people actually having children for this purpose of, torture, rape, and these sacrifices that they make and rituals and all that. Recently, or actually, I think it was maybe a year ago now. I think it's probably coming on a year where a young girl over in Europe was explaining what they do in school, and it's not like onesie twosies here. It's the entire school, the entire district. They do it on a daily basis. They sacrifice children. They rape the children.
Oh, yeah.
They cut off heads, and they drink the baby's blood. Make the children drink the baby's blood. They all do that. And
Spirit
they're
cooking.
pushing it. They're pushing it. It's being pushed. Where it's being pushed. So that's one thing that I don't think we understand. This goes back to accountability again, is who do you want to raise your children? Who do you want the most influence to come from when it comes to your children? I talked to Sean Alexander years ago. This is after he got the league, and he homeschools his children. I was doing a documentary with him, and he homeschools his children. And I was just curious, like, he has 11 children. And I was like, how do you do this? He raises his children. He teaches them. They live on a farm. Everything he does, he said, me and my wife will have the most influences over our children's lives. He said that's our responsibility to them. We don't want anyone who doesn't even look like us to teach our children. And that's very important. And again, I think it's just what we are consumed with. We're consumed with so much. We are consumed with, again, working 9 to 5s. We're consumed with paying bills. Our minds are consumed with that we're not able to take care of our children. I mean, it would be great to adopt a system. Hey, especially now there's downtime where teachers, especially I'm sure within our communities, teachers have been teaching for a long time, get creative and say, hey, we're out of school, I can't teach. Well, how about we rotate and go to a church and we are able to practice social distancing for those who are definitely paranoid about that and teach children. I mean, I don't understand why we can't take this back. Right now, we're in a very promising time to take that back, to educate our children during this downtime, and to even make money. I mean, charge a parent $100, for 2 weeks, and you are raising children, making money, probably more money than you would make during the school period anyway. I don't know why we're very complacent. We're waiting for someone to tell us what to do, what not to do. We're not creative. We're not, taking advantages of the disadvantages, if you will. And that's the complete opposite of what we are to people. We are really, really passionate people. We're very intuitive, and we're also very creative. And I just think that we are becoming docile right now. This is a moment where everyone's just waiting on the stimulus check or waiting for someone to save them or what have you. There's no accountability. Again, this goes back down to the root of lack of love. So I know I said a mouthful and probably talked 90 miles an hour, but
No, that's okay.
we definitely have to look at this situation when it comes to the children. Again, feelings with Trump, whatever, but he's the first president to put in executive order to combat it, to bring it to the forefront. No president has ever discussed it. No celebrity will ever discuss it. No one will sit at the Golden Globes and say, hey, we have a problem in our communities with children missing. No, because they are it. The administrations for Trump, they were it. They all were it. They all part of it. But he's the first to actually combat it. And
Right.
I mean, this is something to think about, just something to look into independently. I just encourage that. And I don't want to sit here and give out any ideologies or what have you, because I think everyone needs to think on their own. But I would encourage you to go to whitehouse.gov, look through the presidential actions, look and see what he's done and what is in place. So that was like his number one motive when he came in office. Another thing he wants to do is shift money control, work on these taxes. He's trying to give power back to the people, but we don't understand what that looks like. We've never seen that before. No one in this generation has ever seen power to the people or power of the people governing the government. No one has any idea what that looks like. So when he speaks of that, they're looking like, you're right. That's not real. That's not real at all. Well, why not? You are able to, if you're able to self-govern, why not? If you are sovereign to this land, why not? Why are you not taking control of your life? Enough said.
Yeah,
I'll
I
stop
agree.
there.
Listen, I know Trump for a fact is not a holy or man of God, but he does have a couple things going for him. And I'm not trying to encourage anybody to vote, because I'm not into voting for the lesser of two evils. But he does have a point when I found out that he was against abortions, and that's oh my God, there's gonna be some people like, what did he? Yes, he's against abortions. And I think that is huge. That's huge. I believe we should make children that we plan to keep, and not make or make a baby that we plan to get rid of. So I do believe him being against abortions is the first step to us actually planning children. Because you go into Walgreens right now, there is no contraceptives. There is no spermicide. There's none of that. Like it's crazy. It's all out of the drugstores. You have to actually think now about, where you're gonna put your stuff, and is that gonna be where you put your stuff until you die, or if you're just playing around. But yeah, he got a couple things going for him, but he's definitely not a man of God. I tell you that. He's a man of money and business. I say he's not a president. He's a businessman that just so happened to be our president. But it's a lot. Go ahead, brother. I see you took your mute off.
Oh yeah, you're right. I know Trump ain't definitely. Hey, some things, like you said, it's both lesser of two evils. I'm not gonna vote for lesser of two evils, but Trump, I think if we had Hillary Clinton, it'd been worse. That's all I'm gonna say. If we had Hillary, cause we know she's establishment. She's definitely establishment. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about it.
Hold on. What about
Bush, you
she
got
was
Bush
talking about the charge against not homosexuality, against the pedophiles. A lot of these different celebrities right now, they got ankle bracelets on and all kind of stuff. A lot of these celebrities are under house arrest. And I believe that might be a reason why they try to keep us home, because they're doing this humongous sweep in Hollywood right now against pedophiles. So that's a whole conversation in itself. But yeah, Trump he's doing a lot. He actually busted a cargo ship with cocaine. Did y'all see that? The Trace Morgan cargo ship? It had $1 trillion worth of cocaine on it, and he stopped it.
Wow.
He's also the first president that I seen stop cocaine from coming into America. So he, like I said, man, he got some things going. He's against mandatory vaccinations. Biden is for it. It's crazy. It's crazy.
There's an ongoing list. You're right. There's an ongoing list of things that, for the thing is the amount of hate that is spewed against something that we have been arguing for forever. It doesn't make sense to me. And I'm not gonna sit here and be dictate anything, but anything that is in your favor or in the betterment of, again, going back to children, I cannot be against that action of that person. And I think that's something that we as a society have allowed, the division of this Democrat Republican and this side of this and side of that. Trump didn't give a damn what side it was. He was a Democrat. Here he is a Republican because he already knows who is on the Democrat side. And why would you be associated with that? Because those are the same people you're taking down. And that's just something that we don't do as a society, is dissect these facts. We are very emotional people, and we don't like to sit here and say, well, he can't be good because it's Trump, or he's racist, he's a bigot, whatever. Put your feelings aside. You're a full adult, all right? You have a child. Do you have a child in your household? You have a child. Okay. I need you to keep this in consideration because he is the first and only to speak out against protecting what is yours. Okay. Regardless of how people feel about Obama and the whole Michelle, that suave sound, but he was a manipulator, Decepticon himself. And
he was the Trojan horse.
Yeah. I mean, we have to look at, again, the actions of these people, and it's just it's not in people's favor to say, you know what, Trump might be it. And the thing that I'm enjoying right now is I'm seeing a lot of young people being able to see this. The old heads are stubborn; they're not going to get it, and that's fine. It's the next generation, the generation underneath us, that's going to be the ones to see the change in the next 10 to 15 years and witness it. I can remember what happened 10 years ago and how far along we've come. And I hate to say it's their turn, but they are going to have to see it sooner than we did. I'm a late bloomer when it comes to this information, but they are seeing it at the age of 18, 19, 20. Granted, some of them are still, knuckleheads, what have you, but they're peeping game, and they're peeping game sooner than I did. And I think that's a huge, we have to address that as well and give credit when credit is due when it comes to, young adults or young children or I'll say teens or young people speaking out or speaking for it, being hip to it a little sooner than, we were. I'm not speaking for myself, but I just feel that, it's a point in time to be an adult, to put feelings aside, really sit down and lay this out and look and see, like, damn, what changed in the past 5 years, and where did that change, decrease or increase, or where did it shift and what have you, and you connect those dots and you'll start to see, oh, shit, maybe things aren't as bad as I anticipated them to be when you hear the name Trump. So Anyway,
so let's talk about the youth and how they've been fighting back. This is one of the things that I saw that really interested me, and I decided to do research on it and figure out why it was happening. I was trying to figure out why the hell are all of these white people out here marching with us and putting themselves in between the rubber bullets and the tear gas and putting themselves in between all of this attack on these different crowds that are protesting. And when I did the research, because I had to go and look at videos that the white youth are putting out, and what they're saying is they're mad at their parents for lying about Black history. They're like, oh, Mom, why did you say this? Why did you say Christopher Columbus discovered America? Well, my Black friends just told me that he's actually a rapist and a murderer. Why'd you say he was a hero, Mom? Why'd you say he was a hero? So they're actually learning the truth from us, and
right.
They're mad at their parents. I had a friend, a white person. I don't want to share her name because she says a lot of things that
Understood.
would make her community hate her. But she said to me, could you teach me more about Juneteenth? I've never heard of it. And Trump, he said he made this whole thing known now by accident. He didn't even mean to. He didn't even know what it was until he spoke to one of his Secret Servicemen, the only one that he has that's Black. And he said, no, that's the day where the slaves were free. That's the Black Independence Day. So Trump was like, oh, that's why they don't want me to do the rally, there and at that time and this, that, and the third. But she said, everything that you're telling me about, she's like, I never heard this. She's like, even like my teachers, either they didn't know about it or they didn't want to tell us. And I said, look, they knew about it. I said, one thing people don't understand is white people know Black history better than us because they're the ones hiding it.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're the ones hiding it. So she said, oh my God. So I told her about Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the Black Wall Street. I said, look, we tried to do it, and they took warplanes and blew it up. She said, no, they did it. They set it on fire. I said, okay, I need to give you the link to what really happened. You don't need to be watching the History Channel. You need to watch this video. And I told her, I said, look at the businesses. They're completely flattened. That's not from fire. When you burn something, it doesn't collapse. When you explode something, it's into shreds, and then it goes down. She said, oh my God, I can see how this was blown up, because she actually is one of the, she's actually in the service. So she's like, yeah, this is definitely an explosion. That something had to explode. That was not fire. I said, no, it's not. If it was fire, it would be a whole bunch of buildings standing, burning and smoking. So white people are starting to see that their people that they trusted, their grandparents and grandmothers, actually lied to them, and now they feel betrayed. They're like, fuck it, let's go out here with the black people. At least the black people are telling us the truth. And that's what's happening. That's what's happening. So we have to be mindful about that. They have actually turned on their parents, because they're realizing that their parents have been lying to them. And they have made us to be something to hate, instead of making us to be something to understand and stopping this whole hatred towards black people. George Floyd, we know what his background was, but we also know he didn't deserve what happened to him. We watched a man kneel on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds or something like that.
Exactly.
That was so necessary for white people to see a man that was purposely murdered in broad daylight. They needed to see that, and they got a chance to see it. And now they see enough is enough. This is fucking ridiculous. We don't want us to turn on the TV anymore. Now we see that black people aren't playing the race card. They're actually being murdered. And I see you unmuted yourself. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just a lot of people's got a conspiracy theory going on, so they want him, George Floyd. You know, you heard anything about that? How you feel about that?
He was doing porn. I saw the porn. See, that's one thing about research. You got to really go in and look at the ugly, the good, bad, and the ugly. You got to actually look at. I looked at it, and I was like, oh damn, this dude is on the Habib show. Now I'm not gonna sit here and try to act like I'm all the way there and I'm all the way holy, because that's lying. I'm pro-truth. Whether it makes me look good or bad, I got to tell you the truth. That's a part of the religion. So I do watch porn, and when I saw him on the Habib show, I was like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. His name check this out. His porn name, his porn name was The Landlord. I was like, this dude is crazy. This dude is crazy. That's his porn name, The Landlord.
A lot of people saying that want him. It was a fake George Floyd. You heard the conspiracy theories about that? How you feel about that?
There's a lot of different things going on. I looked at the man. I can tell a duplicate. I can tell there's certain features that you can't change. When you go to identify a person, you got to look at things like the shape of the skull, things that you can't change. You got to look for tattoos. You got to look for bruises, permanent scars. You got to go into that shit like the FBI. You can't just go in there like the same height, same weight. No. I saw tattoos that was on him. That was on him when he was murdered. I saw the same skull, the same nose, the same lips, the same eyes, the same eyebrows. I was like, that is him. That is him. And he was friends with ex-basketball star, the one that jumped into the audience with Ron Artest and just started
Steven Jackson.
Yeah, they were friends. And he hasn't even come out and was like, nah, that wasn't my boy. He hasn't even come out. He could have easily came out, being that the town used to call them twins. He used to consider that dude his twin, and they kind of look alike when you look at him. But he hasn't even came out and be like, nah, this porn shit is a lie. Don't put that on my man. He didn't do porn. He didn't come out because he's like, oh Lord, this is a part of when you are in the spotlight. People will dig and dig for anything they can find about you. And white folks wasn't even the one to put that out. I was one of the first people to go on YouTube and do that. And instead of them sharing it, they just went and did their recordings and act like they were the ones to say it first. So I mean, that's irrelevant. But anyways, So
I want
yes, he was definitely on the Habib show.
I want to
He
tell
was
all the
on.
listeners go to oh, excuse me, brother. I want to tell all the listeners in the world go subscribe on YouTube to C Rock Smooth. C Rock Smooth. He got a hell of information for y'all. Keep y'all updated on current events, everything. Y'all don't want to miss out.
Yeah, I tell you the hard truth, but I say it in a smooth tone.
That's right. That's you. Got anything to add on, brother? God.
Oh, peace, brother, man. They're doing a lot of information, man. Yeah, I add on.
I forgot you were here.
Yeah, no, I do a lot of listening. You know what I'm saying? I listen. But anyway, nevertheless, I don't fall a lot into conspiracy theories, man. You know what I'm saying? I do a lot with showing and proving. There's a lot of conspiracy theories out here. Some of them do have like some factual traction, but a lot of that stuff, man, I think they like boogeyman holes. Like a lot of spookism stuff. I think a lot of times people get, you go too far down rabbit holes, man. You end up, you know what I'm saying? People don't understand the power of the mind. The power of the mind can make you believe certain things are reality because you born it to be reality because you put forth that particular energy out, and that's scientifically proven. But I'm not going through all that particular science or whatever. So I think when you know what I'm saying, I do think it was George Floyd. You know what I mean? Stephen Jackson, he was on TV crying. You know what I mean? That was him. He was down there. I mean, that he died. He's dead. I don't think conspiracy theories, and I think sometimes everything ain't always a conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes a black person died because a black person got shot and killed. You know what I'm saying? Somebody could just be, people talk about Nipsey Hussle. Like, nah, Nipsey, this dude was what he was. He got everything ain't a conspiracy. That doesn't say not everything is not a conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? And then furthermore, like, I really don't care about Jada or Will. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really care about their life. I got my own life to live. I don't model myself after them. I like Will Smith movies, the movies they did, but whatever they do in their world, that's on them. Whatever, you know what I'm saying? If somebody, you know what I mean, if you want to be engaged, whatever it is you do, that's your world. I don't pay your bills. You know what I mean? That's you. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell you how to live your life. And the same way you're not gonna tell me how to live my life. I'm gonna live my life on my own accord. You know what I'm saying? And so the biggest thing for us, just individuals, like I'm under the mind frame that everybody not finna be saved. And I don't prescribe to the fact of I gotta save everybody on this planet. Nope. I deal with the people who are close to me. And some people may disagree with what I'm saying, but that's how I operate and move. Because you have to understand just because somebody look like you don't mean somebody like you. They are unalike. You know what I'm saying? You just look like someone. You know what I'm saying? You all heard the saying before, salt and sugar look the same. They both look the same by eye. But if you taste them, they both taste different. They both have two different purposes. So that's because somebody black don't necessarily mean I fall in line, with what you're saying and what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So we have a saying within our culture that, even there's a 5% within the 5%, and that 5% there's a 5% basic that teaches you have to be very, very careful. The people that you let around you, the people that you let speak into you, you have to be very, very careful with that. You know what I'm saying? And also you also have to realize the type of world that you live in. You know what I mean? Like, I understand and know my kids ain't grow up in a perfect world, but as their parent, it's my job to prepare them for it. So I'm not gonna shield my kids. My kids, they have guns around them, all type of stuff, and it's done in a very, very safe manner, a safe way. But I know if my kids get out somewhere and they see a gun, I know they know how to act accordingly. I'm not for shielding my kids. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna shield my kids from homosexuality. And some people may disagree with that because when they go to school or wherever it is, I don't want nothing to be unaware to them. Whatever I can educate you on or you can see, then let me do that. Let me educate you on money. So when these things are presented to you, you know how to move and act accordingly. And also, too, no matter how much you raise your kids and what you do with your kids have their own particular mind to go and do whatever it is they're going to do. All you can do is provide a foundation, but it's up to them how they build their house. You know what I'm saying? So, like, and I know people are talking about the whole abortion thing. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with abortion. I'm not saying that. But I do know it's got to be a very, very perfect world for a man or woman not to have sex. You 13, 14-year-old, your hormones are raging. And people can tell you and show you all type of STD videos with all that stuff. But I'm a male, I can't speak for a woman. So this is no disrespect. I'm not talking bad about a woman, but I'm talking about from a male point of view. When you 14, 15 years old, 16 years old, and I know these ages are young, you 19, whatever it is, you see this bad chick walking around. I'm talking about it from a male perspective. You don't care about no age, you don't care about none of that stuff. You don't care about no church, you don't care about no gods and earth, you don't care about no Islam. You worry about sticking your dingling inside of her. That's all you worried about. You know what I mean? It's actual
facts,
facts.
though.
You know what I'm saying?
That's facts.
It is facts. You can't. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying like. So the best thing you can do, man, is like I said, is give your kids a foundation. I'm not gonna raise my kids and be like, don't go out here and have sex. I'm not gonna do that. I done seen that happen many a times, and I seen the repercussions of that. What I am gonna do is I'm gonna educate you. And as you 13 years old, I bet not hear about you having sex. You get what I'm saying? I bet not hear about it, but at least let me educate you on how to move and operate in this world. And that's the best thing we can do as a parent is to lead and guide your teacher. Like I'm not as my kids, I'm not your master. What I am for you is I'm your guider in this on this planet. So you know what I'm saying? So once you leave from up under my tutelage, again, you know how to move and operate in this world. You know what I mean? Like again, I don't expect my
Can
daughter
I
to have
touch on
sex.
that?
Hold on, yeah, hold on, let me finish. I don't expect my daughter to have sex at 15. I don't expect that. You know what I'm saying? I don't expect it. But if it happens, you know what I'm saying? If it happens, will I be upset? Heck yeah, will I be upset? But I also know that I too was once 15 years old. I know the certain things that I did. So I know I'm not, I know for me, I will hope that I know how to operate with her. You know what I'm saying? Operate with her and love her a particular way and figure out ways to handle it. You know what I'm saying? Even if my son did the exact same thing. Again, I'm not saying I'm against abortion. I'm not. That's not what I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying, man, like some girls get raped or whatever it is. And if you get raped, who am I to tell you? I can sit here and tell you, but I didn't go through that experience. Only thing I can do with you is I think it's being empathetic and listen and hear you out. I can provide counseling to you, but I've never experienced that. I don't know what it's like, so I can't tell you what to do or what. I mean, I can offer advice, but at the end of the day, that stuff is up to you. And just for me, again, like I said, my ideals and the way that I operate it is not for everybody. I'd be the first to admit it. I'm not throwing, you know what I'm saying, hope nobody don't take nothing what I'm saying wrong. That's not what I'm doing. But I know the brother you talked about scripture, but even in the scripture, I can't remember the name of the king, but or was it who was it? Was it
David.
No, I can't remember. I want to say it was Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And basically, they not only had knowledge of God, but they had knowledge of the world. They had knowledge of it, so they knew how to operate. And so when you studying anything you studying, you know, you have to be very, very objective, and your objectivity has to come from knowledge, which means you doing research, and that's like, you know what I'm saying, being around people seeking wise counsel. It has to come to you using wisdom, which is like taking knowledge and then testing it to see if what you were aware of, if it fits and works based on the principles or the ways that you're moving in that particular situation. You know what I'm saying? And then understand is being able to take that, being able to go in depth with it and being able to regurgitate to people so that they can understand it no matter what level they on. You get what I'm saying? So all that to say, man, like for me in my 38 years living on this earth, I have not lived a perfect life. You know what I'm saying? I've done some things that I probably shouldn't have done, but I know grace was extended towards me. You dig what I'm saying? So I would extend grace towards you know what I'm saying? I would that's if you know what I'm saying, I would extend grace towards my kids, towards my nieces and nephews, because I'm quite sure there's some people on this planet who ain't done some stuff that I've done. I'm quite sure there's people who've done a whole heck of a lot more, you know, than what I've done or seen things that I've seen, man. So for me, I do my best, man. Like I may not rock with somebody's lifestyle, but that's your lifestyle. You get what I'm saying? That's your life. I can't go in somebody's house, tell them stop smoking. That's your house. If I don't like it, I can leave. You know what I'm saying? I can leave. You know what I mean? So again, man, like I said, that's my perspective on the world and stuff is not everybody's perspective, and I expect people to not agree with me. You get what I'm saying? I expect some people to, some people not. But that's just things that I've learned, man, from traveling different parts of the world, meeting people from all races, colors, and creeds. You know what I'm saying? And I'm pro-black as anyone. You know, this is just as much as anyone else. But like I said, I've traveled, I've seen things, man. Yeah. So that has, you know, that has shaped the way that I am today. So anyway, man, that's my piece, man.
Well, let me say this first. I was not going to attack you because I seen you lay your defense. You laid your defense down. No, I'm not going to attack you, but I'm taught to go into situations and get an understanding. I was just going to tell you how I would raise my children, and I am going to teach my children to stay away from sex. because I see what it did to me. Most of our, how could I put this? Okay, when I was a virgin, I remember when I lost my virginity. And when I lost my virginity, I had no knowledge of STDs or nothing. I had no knowledge of nothing, but this is something that my friends thought was going to be cool for me, and it was going to be good for me, and it was going to help me be a man. Years later, I realized that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. But the reason why I'm going to teach my kids to stay away from sex is because I realized when you have sex for the first time, you actually have this natural love for whatever, especially women. Women are very loyal to the man that takes their virginity. And a lot of times the man that takes her virginity never sticks around. So that pure love that she loses when she's betrayed by her first is something that I don't think should be violated. One of my biggest things that hurt me was I've had sex with women, models, regular hood chicks, whatever. And I've seen and felt so many different things that now it's hard to settle down because now I know what I'm missing. Now, when you have sex with a person, you settle down with them, it's easier to be loyal to that person because you don't know what you're missing. I have a friend of mine. She's actually a lesbian. And that kills people because they swear I hate gay people because I tell them I don't agree with it. But anyways, the reason why she was able to get into that lifestyle and stay there is because she lost her virginity to a woman. She doesn't even know what it is to be with a man. And I said, girl, you basically gay because you just don't know what it feel like to be with a man. And she was like, yeah, probably. So what I say that for is to say this: the smaller your body count is as far as sex, the easier it is to commit to somebody. Because now I'm measuring my next girl to all of the women that I've been with. And if I was only with one other woman, it'd be easier for me to commit. But because I've committed to so many different women, I'm not gonna say, I'm like it's like 1,000 chicks, but I've been with about 8. I've been in a relationship with about 8 women. So those are 8 failures that are in the back of my mind when I deal with the next chick. So I just say that to say that I am gonna teach my kids to stay out the bed with people for as long as you can, because that first person should be your last person. And if someone taught me that would happen in my life, but we were all taught as men, especially by our uncles, that as many chicks as you have sex with, that's what makes you a man. And if you got the good game and you can bag a chick, that's walking down the street, that's what makes you a man. And, we were given the game in reverse. What make you a man is being loyal to your woman, taking care of your family, providing and protecting and putting a roof over their head. That's what makes you a man. That's what makes you gangster. This thing that we call gangster is another illusion. What makes you gangster is taking care of your damn family and putting food on the table and making sure that your children have a better life than you. So yeah, that's all. I'm not gonna teach my kid they can just go out here and experiment, because I don't want them to have too much to choose from when it's time to settle down. I just want them to know 1 or 2 chicks. Oh, dang.
Yeah, that's peace, brother. I didn't say I won't tell my kids not to have sex. Well, I never said it. What I was saying was if my kids do that, I'm not necessarily gonna hang them or kill them. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna hang them and kill them. Best thing I can do for my kids is I'm gonna educate you. I'm gonna educate you properly. No matter what you do for your kids, it's up to them to receive it. You know what I'm saying? It's up to them. I can tell my son and my daughter, because you can't make your kids do anything. You can't make your kids go to sleep. I guess you could. You have to, almost like kill them. You know what I mean? To make it happen. But I guess my relationship with my kids is very, very different. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not gonna say, yeah, go out and have sex with X, Y, and Z. But I'm gonna say, look, my preference is for you not to do X, for you not to do this. But if this were to occur, here's some things that you need to be mindful of. Here's how to handle yourself if this here happens. Worst thing I can do as a father is not to educate you on the best case scenario, the worst case scenario. and then whatever happens in the middle. So let me make you aware of some of these things, just in case these things happen, because I know when your kids go to school, whatever it is, they go to school and they still may be in this essence up under your roof, but they leave your house to go and they experience the world. Even if you homeschool your kids and you're around your kids 24/7, there's a point in time where they're gonna go leave the nest. And I'm telling you, man, once these kids leave the nest, I mean, I've seen it. These kids leave the nest, man. They go to college. They start seeing stuff they've never seen before. Like, oh my God, wow. Oh, I ain't never seen that. I ain't never seen this. Oh, what? Weed? What? This weed got that in it? Oh my God. This beer does this make me feel that way? Oh, wow. And like I say, I'm not pushing my kids to do none of that stuff. But what I will make them aware of, like, look, this is what you need to be. This is what you need to know about this stuff. And here's the good proponents to it, and here's the bad proponents to it. So for me, man, it's education, man. Education, just educate. Education is key. Oh, the brother out. Yeah, brother. Oh man, brother.
Yeah, I see both of them out. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. He had too much power where he was at. What he told me earlier.
Oh, okay.
But both of y'all made some powerful points, and
there's a good conversation.
The revolution definitely starts at home.
Mm-hmm.
I tell everybody, if we hit the streets, man, you better make your home straight.
Yeah.
I can't tell nobody how to raise their kids at all, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the beauty. That's the beauty of it too, man. Like the brother was saying, how he's gonna, how he want to handle his universe, man. That's the beauty of it, man. Everybody brings something different from the table. You get what I'm saying? Or bring something different to the table. Everybody has their own perspectives, man. And that's, for me, that's one thing that makes it makes life beautiful, man. Yeah, great stuff from both of them. Did a lot of listening. Great stuff.
One thing now, the brother, man, on the channel, I've been listening to him for a while. He's very powerful when it comes to the you know what I'm saying? Very powerful when it comes to the information, man. What's going on? Even though he's in the scripture and everything, I can't take nothing from that brother, man. Regardless, what you are. I don't look at his title. He's gonna put work in, and you put work in, and everybody around me are. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But like me, shucks, man. Like man, this is my viewpoint, man. Whatever anyone's way of life is, whatever their culture is, if that in the essence helps you to be a better man, to set you free, or better woman, if that sets you free, if that's what it takes for you to find, truth, then what I'm saying? I'm not talking about a factual truth. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about if this what pushes you to find find truth, man, then that's what it is. Whether if somebody be Christian, whatever it is, man, there was a point in time, man, I used to be a pastor, man, and then you becoming so-called conscious and woke, you begin to you begin to attack that. But then, like, as time move on, man, it's like, man, no, that ain't it. It ain't my job to tear nobody down. You get what I'm saying? And people have come to their own conclusions in different paths, different walks of life. You know what I'm saying? It makes sense what I'm saying there. I think there may be gone, but nevertheless, man, no matter, whatever your way of life, whatever your culture is, if it helps push you, promote you to seek truth, and it makes you a better person, then hey, that's for you. So that's for you. But yeah, Nair, man, great show, man. Good show. Good show by the brother and the sister. Great show by the brother and sister, man. Any other points you hitting on, Cam? Nair, any other points you hitting on?
Yes, sir. Well, yeah, it's definitely true, man. And I think we're going ahead and going to end the show tonight, brother.
Yeah, okay.
Because I don't have to. He's made me
the host.
Yeah, but I can't. People trying to get back in, man. I can't let them back in.
Yeah. I feel you. I feel you.
Yeah. Well, it was a good show, everybody.
Yep, good show, people. Good show. All right,
Bishop.
my brother.
Y'all, everybody listening, we thank you. And we're gonna we appreciate you for listening. And Monday, financial Mondays. Want y'all to come tune in for that. We may do one Saturday or Sunday. But we'll keep y'all posted. I'll be sharing on Facebook. I'm Nev, and Ray. And I want y'all to be safe out there and have a good day. Good weekend.
Peace.